Good early Thursday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center with the latest on our Tropical Storm Eta, as it does approach here toward North Florida. It's been a long journey for this storm, and now it's getting closer and closer toward the Cedar Key area. So let me go ahead and pull up that radar scope computer. You can see that swirl right now here on Dear Earth, but I'm going to go ahead and go to radar scope so we kind of give you a look here at more of that moisture trying to move in toward the picture right now. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here, and you can kind of just see that swirl just a little bit better and a higher resolution per se here off the coast. And again, right now here we're just seeing it edge closer. I mean, it's moving north here based on what the Hurricane Center had a little while ago, though I do think that we've seen kind of an easterly move to it as well, as that's going to be what we're going to see ultimately here as we look ahead in toward that timeline this morning when we have landfall, ultimately getting it out of here, out of the picture. So trying to get this out as quick as possible, because the longer it hangs around, the longer the weather kind of is on edge per se and inclement. But just got a gust there, Cedar Key to 49 miles per hour just a few minutes ago. They're out of the east, so we're going to be watching to see how the conditions are in toward that area. Again, Cedar Key's up here as we kind of zoom on in. You can see what I'm talking about as we move the map here up just a little bit into Worth Levy County, and that wind direction will be critical as well. So I'll go ahead and pop myself back on camera here. You'll be able to kind of see that wind as we're looking down toward the Tampa area. We're continuing to watch as we have some of that push of that surge there in toward the more vulnerable areas there in west central Florida. We're going to continue to watch as we look further up toward the north here, because once that wind direction, or if that wind direction does end up switching here to a more favored direction there for that surge to be able to come on in, then that would be problematic. Hopefully we kind of get that to stay just to the east there then, but the overall path will be a big determining factor here as we're looking in toward the Gulf of Mexico here with this system. I'll go ahead and put on some of our other information right now. I think we have satellite actually loaded on in, and it's not loading right now for us, unfortunately. So we're just going to continue to watch here what we are tracking with the center of circulation off the coast. I was looking here earlier, it's about 35 miles southwest of Cedar Key, and we're continuing to watch as it gets closer, edges closer toward that area. And we're just going to watch some of those other wind speeds here as well. I know toward Ocala, seeing and toward Marion County, 26 knots, so that gets us to about 30 miles an hour. Maybe not enough to knock out that power, but still something that could have an impact on some of you. I mean, we'll just have to kind of see. I mean, theoretically, you could have a tree limb to fall with these winds below tropical force, but we're just going to continue to watch to see exactly what type of impacts are felt here in some of these different communities. Williston, Augusta, 24 knots. That gets us to about 28 miles an hour. So again, maybe a tree limb or two shouldn't really cause power outages. But theoretically, of course, on a localized level, the tree limb doesn't see exactly what the wind level is when it falls. I mean, you kind of get the idea as we're looking here further up toward Keystone, 19 knots. So that gets us to about 22 miles an hour. So we're just going to try to see how things are going. You see some rain here in the southern Georgia a little bit, but the rain as we're getting closer toward that center itself, moving in toward areas of Flagler County, Marion County right now. We'll go over to our radar here. I had Tampa up. I think Melbourne might give us a better view of some of this, so I want to look at some of that action moving into Flagler right now here as we want to focus on our eastern coast a little bit, as there is a tropical storm warning over there that I'll get to here in a few minutes. But Flagler County, you see some of that moisture surging on in here near Pearson here in Volusia. And that's going to be kind of getting the ground wet there. Maybe wind's picking up a little bit as the rain tries to bring some of that wind energy down to the surface. So those wind numbers aren't extreme. Cedar Key's been getting gusts around 50 here. So something just kind of to take note of as you're looking. I'll put on our velocity. You can kind of see here some of that wind energy aloft. And that's always interesting to watch here as we try to see how much can actually translate to the ground. I know some of the models were picking up on quite a bit of wind energy here yesterday, and maybe not all would translate to the ground. However, as you can really see this on the Tampa radar, though, winds of 60 to 70 aloft. But again, those winds not necessarily translating to the surface which is good news for everybody out there. But we just got to continue to watch, because when you do get some of those gusts of getting a few power outages could occur, and we just want to be there to let you know what's happening. But I know around Tampa they've got quite a bit of rain. You don't see as much here on our estimates for the last hour, but storm total will really tell the story. Hillsborough County 8-9 inches according to radar, 10 inches in some spots. So definitely a pretty big deal there. And then a couple of that storm surge, they were really having some pretty big issues there. And it doesn't take a significant storm, a hurricane, a major hurricane to really cause issues with storm surge, especially when it's this close to the coast. I mean, they can have issues with just a tropical storm, and this area is so vulnerable as Tampa Bay. I mean, got to emphasize the Bay part there. Is unfortunately, if we were to have a more significant storm on a path like this, we'd really have some big issues. It'd be a very, very serious situation. I don't want to go too much into it right now, but just the overall setup. I mean, this is a minor storm, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, really shouldn't be causing as many issues as it's causing, but they're just in a vulnerable spot there in toward Tampa. So we just have to keep an eye on them and watch for future years, kind of learn some lessons. Maybe as hurricane season's winding down, hopefully we don't have to deal with another storm here toward Florida or toward the U.S. this year. Florida, for the exception there of Pensacola, has been pretty lucky this season until we got toward our storm Eta here. But you just gotta always think about what you can do to improve and be ready for maybe even a stronger storm in the future. So I'll go ahead now and move us over toward our radar scope computer once again. I just want to give you another perspective here as we look over toward the Jacksonville radar. You'll be able to see some of that moisture coming into the picture just a little bit better even. You'll be able to kind of get a grasp on the picture. You see DeLand, Daytona Beach there with some of that moisture. We're just going to watch now. Of course, this is going to be kind of turning a little bit here, but right now it's headed in that direction here. That's a little more northerly with the storm, but again, we're going to be kind of seeing a track, something to this effect. I mean, it may be a little more like this. It's kind of hard to draw arrows here when we're trying to do this on the air live, but I'll put this into motion. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about here? As this moisture is kind of surging up, and we're going to be talking about some of the heavier rainfall amounts, probably from a line here, St. Augustine over toward Gainesville to an extent, just based on the overall setup here. And this isn't scientific, I'm just kind of drawing, but just kind of giving you an idea of where some of the higher rainfall totals would be overall here, based on the environmental parameters. As we're looking further up, the conditions not as favorable for its axis to really maintain itself, but we're still going to have that wind energy, and that's why we have tropical storm warnings even in Bradford, even in the Duval County. So we're just going to have to continue here to make sure we don't have power outages in your regions. I was mentioning earlier, and I'll mention it again, just go ahead and target those devices just in case here. I mean, it can't hurt really. As we're watching the scenario evolve, I'll go over toward our graphic system. This is the 1 a.m. cone perspective here. We had a max sustained wind at 60 miles per hour, and we're talking about the movement off north at 10, though again we're watching some of that easterly component as well. This should weaken down to about a 45 mile per hour tropical storm as it gets closer here in north central Florida. Not an extreme situation by any means. It is the first time areas like Stark have been under a tropical storm warning type situation since Irma, but this is nothing like Irma for us. I mean, it was really significant down toward Nicaragua, and we've seen some pretty nasty storm surge in some spots here, even in Florida, and some of those flooding situations as well, but not a really serious situation for us. But in isolated spots, you can always have issues, so you just have to use caution. You have to remember all those different things you've learned. I mean, to turn around, don't drown if you see a little bit of water over the road, though I would not think that'd be an issue in Stark. We're just watching more down toward our south, as we do have that tropical storm warning, though, in effect from Inglewood now. They've moved that to the north a little. The cutoff point is some of that's moving away along there, the west central Florida coast. This goes to the Swanee River, and then Flagler, Volusia County line there. As we're looking off the east coast of Florida up to southeastern Georgia, we're talking about St. Andrews Sound. So you're watching this, still maybe a tropical storm off that Charleston coast there as we get later today, but we're just going to continue to watch here how things are looking with this, and then the tropical storm warning. You see that in your maroon color here. A lot of areas have been added based on that latest assessment there that came out at 10 o'clock. So this is something to kind of keep an eye on here. You see Nassau, Duval, St. John's, Flagler, Clay, Putnam, and then getting inland here as well. Baker, Union, Bradford, Alachua, Columbia, Gilchrist, Levy, Marion. Hopefully I covered them all there under this tropical storm warning. Tropical storm watch for coastal Taylor, coastal Dixie, a storm surge watch as we get to coastal Dixie, and then that surge warning for Levy. I know watching some coverage there, even local meteorologist at WCJB in Gainesville down there in Cedar Key, and seeing that condition there deteriorate a little bit. So just got to always use caution there, people that are in that region, maybe just doing some different things. So there shouldn't be too many tourists in the region at this point, but maybe people even on private property per se. So just continue to watch that here as we're looking ahead. We're just going to continue here to track things as this storm does move on in. You can kind of see it in the wind field earlier here, and I'll see if I can pull it up now. And it's harder to see here now, unfortunately. I'll see if I can pull back a little so you can kind of see the center a little bit on our storm relative mode. We'll go over here toward that, and you'll be able to see what is happening here. This is from about 45 minutes ago. You kind of see that banding maybe a little bit around this, and it's kind of faded away for now, but we're getting closer to this actually making landfall. I'll go ahead and check some of the different sites here. Looks like Cedar Key School there to Witherstem Station, Augusta 20. We were having Augusta for almost 50 miles an hour earlier, and then the Cedar Key Fire Rescue there, checking in with that. We're going to go ahead and look there right now on that Witherstem Station and try to give you a reading in toward that Levy County zone. And we're just going to try to exactly find out how things are going there with these different numerical values. And we have Augusta now to 47 miles an hour there, so kind of tells a story. Pretty nasty conditions in toward that Cedar Key area. I'll go ahead now and pop up another thing we can get you here. As we look here at our site there, looks like we have some different values kind of going down at Cedar Key right now because they're getting to a lower tide, and that's helpful. Luckily, we're not getting that surge potential as much at high tide. We'll have to watch for maybe that high tide at 11:30, but hopefully this will be moving away enough where we don't have that wind direction playing a role. If it were to come into focus for them, that would be more favorable for the storm surge. So I'll pull up our inundation dashboard right now, and you'll be able to see what is happening here right now. Only it looks like that value here pretty low, only about 4/10 of a foot, I guess you could call this here on the mapping, but you've seen it kind of fall off over the last little bit. So that's definitely some good news for everybody at home. We're just going to continue to watch here, continue to track again that falling of those values, but we've been watching down toward Tampa where it's been a pretty nasty night down there in toward the St. Petersburg area. You see still pretty high, 2.64 on the mapping here as we kind of move things from what they were a little while ago. It's kind of hard to do this here on air, but you kind of get the idea. 2.56 here as we're looking right now. So there's just kind of an idea of what's going on in that dashboard with some of those storm surge values, as numbers don't have to be too high to still have some issues down there toward the Gulf Coast. So again, just use caution down there. I know, again, not too many people in Cedar Key as we're looking toward that area, or for that matter, in toward other spots here along the coast at this point because it's getting pretty late. But I mean, if there's people just driving around per se, you just gotta be really careful and just make sure, even if you're looking inland here toward parts of West Central Florida a little bit, the water could be covering the road. You might not be able to see how deep it is. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes with more information as we continue to watch our Tropical Storm Eta. Stay tuned, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch our tropical storm. One vantage point on radar here showing you some reports, even one there toward Levy County. I know of another report there of some pretty gusty winds towards Citrus County as well, getting that 60-mile-an-hour range there, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour range. So kind of tells the story here with some pretty dangerous conditions if you're driving around. Just stay inside. This isn't an extreme situation, not an extreme situation, but still you just want to be taking it here easy per se, and just try to make sure you use extra caution. So I'll go over toward our power outage information right now to give you a look here at that in the state. Only about 15,000 customers in the dark. You see a little higher percentage in Gilchrist County right now that are without power, but overall not too big of a deal. We'll kind of move across here. You see Levy County, only 356 customers reported in the dark right now. And we'll look to Citrus. They're just outside of my area here, but only 162 customers in the dark. So that's great news. Even though we're getting some high wind gust reports in a few spots here and there, we're not seeing any type of widespread damage, and that is definitely some great news. We'll look over here toward Marion County, 204 customers. You see Alachua with 35. Gilchrist, 910 customers. They're just kind of as we're looking over here towards some of our different spots. And I'll go down even towards southwestern and west central Florida. Here you see Sarasota, 3,419 customers in the dark. Manatee County, about 4,000 customers or so that are without power right now. So just kind of breaking a few things down. Nothing extreme on the map, and that's definitely some great news. But we'll just continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I'll go ahead and pull up our other Doppler technology right now where you can kind of see that spin there in the Gulf. I'll be looking for that landfall maybe in that 4 a.m. advisory. We'll just have to wait and see. You see that center there expected to be over Gainesville with about max sustained winds around 45 miles an hour at 7 a.m. They'll really, I'll probably be talking about gusts in that range here based on the overall wind pattern here as we're looking ahead. I know I was just starting to hear some higher gusts in toward the Bradford County area in the last few minutes as I'm looking at some different things here on my computer, and gusts there to about 24, 25 miles an hour at the Bradford County Sheriff's Office, Weather's station, in the last few minutes here in toward the Stark area. So we're starting to get a little bit of higher winds here. I'll pop up our Jacksonville radar. You'll be able to kind of get an idea of what is happening in terms of what is going on here with some of that wind potential, though a lot of times you're not going to see that too well in velocity because you have to actually have some rain to be able to kind of get a look here pretty much at how much wind could be potentially occurring here in the region. Of course, a lot of this still wouldn't be occurring because it has to reach the surface, and that's not really happening in a lot of these spots. But we'll just kind of go ahead and look here as we're getting further up into the atmosphere, and you'll be able to kind of see what I'm talking about. So here's GR level 3 toward Putnam County. Now we're up 5,000 feet, and you're seeing winds 30, 40 on storm relative, but as they go to base, you can kind of see it a little bit better here. 50, 60 miles an hour toward Marion, and some of this aloft trying to translate to the surface. So if you were to get some of these gusts translating, you would have some power outages, of course. But I just got to take it easy, got to be careful out there, just got to stay safe. I know we're watching that storm surge threat here as we're getting toward coastal Levy, even Dixie as well, and just kind of watching for some of those different reports. I know just trying to see how much inundation does occur in toward Levy, in toward Dixie counties here, and even Citrus as well. They're just outside of my viewing area. We'll just continue to watch here the very latest, but you see some of that rain moving into Alachua, so we might get some higher winds here at times. But again, I just noted a few minutes ago our higher winds moving in towards dark. You can kind of maybe see it a little bit with some of this accent here as we're looking off of the JAX radar here, though you're not actually seeing the winds show up too high. You kind of get an idea of the overall pattern here this morning. This is from a little earlier. We're looking right now at the complicated pattern when you're looking at radar here. As you get up towards southeast Georgia, we actually have a little accent here, a little bit of weak rotation. In fact, tornado threat's pretty low this morning with this, but it's not completely zero. As we're looking here, southeast in Nahana, you do see a little bit of greens and reds trying to come together, but nothing too impressive. We'll watch the chat and make sure there's no information that leads us to believe we need to be watching that for tornadic activity, but just kind of stay tuned here as we get over now toward our other system. As we see our wind potential here, you're kind of seeing that arrival time around 2 a.m. here toward the Stark area where we start to get that wind coming to the picture, as I just heard a little while ago. So it's always important, if you're under a tropical storm watch or warning, just go ahead and charge of your devices to be on the safe side or benefit side, and that's for about the last day or so. Locally, I mean, longer all hurricane season, really. Talking about charging up those devices in different areas. This is not as big of a deal as a lot of these storms I've been covering this year. And as we look at toward our region, a different iteration per se of Eta, as we were different or dealing with a different scenario, even toward West Central Florida, with that surge being a little bit higher. We'll have to watch for Cedar Key still, but that flood potential was evolving a little bit more there. And in South Florida, and of course Nicaragua and Central America there, Honduras, seeing all sorts of issues, as the storm was a Category 4 at that point, as it was impacting some of those communities. But here's my peak wind gust forecast. You see about 45 miles an hour around Stark. What I'm expecting here for our highest wind readings, gains of about 50 miles an hour, Palatka 45. So you kind of get the idea here as we're scattering around, and maybe Lake City, Jacksonville, lesser values. But as we broaden the view out, you see even lesser values toward Tallahassee, Valdosta. But can't ride a 60-mile-an-hour gust near the coast, and we saw a gust even in Citrus County in that 60 to 70-mile-an-hour range just outside of our area. So that still seems within reason that we could get a gust there to about 60 in the ward Levy. We had gusts there in that 50-mile-an-hour range, or so around 50 at the peak so far that I've seen. But we'll continue to watch here for the very latest, as you do have that storm surge warning in play here as well from the Bonita Beach area to the Swanee River. We're continuing to watch for this. Again, I'll continue to give you the latest updates here on what is happening with this system. You see 2 to 4 feet potentially as we get further up, 3 to 5 as we're looking closer toward West Central Florida, but just continue to watch that. Our rainfall threat doesn't seem like it's going to come into fruition as much as we get closer to North Florida. As I know the Weather Service is talking about maybe some showers with embedded lightning there over the coastal waters off of Melbourne. Kind of interesting to hear about there, but we're just looking at our information here as it streams on in. You see here that rain potential has been setting up toward the south. We're seeing that kind of fall apart some, but some of that trying to get in our southern counties, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But some of this wind is going to be coming without little rain, as what a hurricane season has been. We're now watching Theta out there, not a threat to us. Iota, we'll watch that for later on. As we get back over toward our radar scope computer, you see that rain trying to edge a little bit closer here. Radar scope right now does definitely tell that story. As I look back here, even yesterday in the chat, they're talking now that we did set a record all-time hottest low temperature per se at the they're saying tide actually. This is what happens when you're trying to read stuff on the fly here. So I'll just read it verbatim. All-time record warmest minimum temperature for November was tide at the Gainesville Airport yesterday morning. So just kind of interesting to see those warmer temperatures around here in the picture. We're going to continue to watch the radar imagery for sure. As you see that moisture trying to lift up, but some of that's just going to go off toward the east to an extent. We'll be back here at the top of the hour with more as those winds start to pick up. A few of you may lose power, but we're not expecting a really significant situation. I know a lot of schools closed. They needed to take that precaution, of course, and everybody needs to take a precaution here, and precautions just in case, as things can always evolve and maybe be a little more potent. We do have that wind potential at 60, but just not seeing a lot of power outages right now, but thinking also that it might not be just very great weather for kids to be at the bus stop. So you got to think of it that way too. You got to look at both sides of the coin. We're back at 3 a.m. with more information. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there as we continue to watch our tropical weather, some of that storminess there in southern Georgia, and then the overall pattern with Eta. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour with the latest on our tropical storm. Again, Tropical Storm Eta there off the coast of Cedar Key, off of West Central Florida, really off of North Central Florida here at this point. So we're continuing to give you the latest information. And we just got a gust here at the Gainesville Airport to 43 miles an hour. So one of the higher gusts we've seen as we're getting further in toward North Central Florida this morning. I know we've seen gusts a little higher at the Levy County area there at some of those different spots, but gusts to 43 miles an hour there at the Gainesville Regional Airport in the last 10 minutes. So starting to get some higher winds here. Could knock out a little bit of power as we're really starting to get here into some of what Eta has to offer us really. As we look here toward the Keystone Airport, I'll go ahead and pop that one up. On my end, we have 25 knots there, so that gets us over to about 29 miles an hour. So you kind of get an idea how some of these winds are going here into where some of these different communities. We'll go ahead and look over here at our velocity mode where you can kind of see how some of the wind is coming into view right now on our GR level 3 computer. You see here some of this at the upper levels, at least some of this trying to translate to those lower levels. Some of this not actually making it down there though, so we'll continue to track all of it as it gets closer. Again, go ahead and charge up those devices. A few of you may lose power. Not a big deal overall, but still a tropical storm warning in effect here. I'll go ahead and pop up that mapping here, and we'll get that in just a second because I know maybe some of you just tuning in. I know at 10 o'clock they popped this on here, the tropical storm warning for more of our counties. We're talking about getting into even Columbia, Baker, Duval, Nassau, you kind of get the idea. And then Bradford on that tropical storm warning actual upgrade. I know they just issued it straight up for areas like Duval, Baker, you get the idea. But in Bradford, they upgraded that tropical storm watch to a tropical storm warning, meaning those tropical conditions here really coming into focus, at least maybe getting those gusts here and maybe a sustained wind to about 40 miles an hour or so at some point. So I just have to be mindful of that potential here in that maroon color. You can kind of get an idea of where the conditions will be a little bit worse if they're going to get a little bit nasty here as we are looking ahead in the timeline. And really, you want to focus your attention even further down as we get toward Marion, as we get toward Levy counties here. I know that storm surge warning still for Levy County. We'll watch to see as we get away from that lower tide frame per se, how things kind of evolve there. So just continuing to track to see exactly how things look in terms of those surge levels. It was pretty nasty there, looking at some different reporting from that region. So just keeping everybody in our thoughts and prayers down there. But it's not too significant. Don't get me wrong. This isn't an extreme type scenario, but they're getting the worst weather area, it seems, down toward Levy County. If anybody's going to have quite a bit of issues, it will be Levy County, it seems, or Marion in our viewing circle. So we're just going to continue to watch as we're really needing to keep people down toward Tampa in our thoughts and prayers because there's been some pretty significant business damage here with that storm surge threat as we've seen some of that inundation in some of those communities. Unfortunately, they're right at the coast. So I just have to be cognizant of some of those restaurants. I know it's a video even. You can see the water coming on in. So not great to see. But we're continuing to watch how things are looking this morning. We'll get back over toward our radar picture. Be able to see again some of this wind energy in the upper levels trying to translate. We'll have to just watch to see how much of it actually makes it down here. But storm surge, that wind potential, some of that rain potential as well. Our bigger stories this morning here as we look toward the south when we're watching some of these areas here toward maybe Volusia even getting here about a quarter inch in the last hour according to estimates. Though that might be underdoing it some. We're going to look at some of our other tools here and try to get a better guesstimate on just how rain's been translating over the period really, and you'll be able to kind of see that we've had some rain here up to Stark. We've had some rain. I mean, as we look back to the last few days, eventually we're going to see cooler weather that'll come into focus next week, which will be some great news for everybody. Right now we just have to get through Eta here. You see some of these different amounts, half inch or so, nothing too significant. But as I switch to Tampa radar, you'll definitely be able to see how the story has been here with our tropical system, as you have all these higher rainfall amounts there toward the Tampa Bay region, with some rain still hanging back in toward regions there, like Bradenton, Sarasota. You kind of get the idea. Back at the bottom of the hour with more information, so stay tuned. Stay safe out there. Nothing too significant, but we're here to keep you up to date on our tropical system, Tropical Storm Eta, as we load that Jacksonville radar back on here on this Thursday morning. Again, 3:30 will be our next update here. as we continue to look at how the radar is projecting and presenting Eta. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch our tropical weather system, our tropical storm Eta. You see that center of circulation there, right close there to Cedar Key. Really, we're going to watch for a landfall pretty soon, and we're continuing to check some of those different wind speeds across the region as well. I know we had that gust of 43 miles an hour we were talking about here a half an hour ago on our 3 a.m. cut-in. So, seeing a few more power outages, it seems, toward Alachua County in terms of some of those customers losing that electricity, but it's not too big of a change overall. We'll pop it up on poweroutage.us here. You'll kind of be able to see what I'm talking about, as we've seen a few other areas lose some power here as well, but again, not a huge deal. I mean, if you're without power, of course, that's not great, but overall, the percentage is really low. We're going to get into toward Marion County. You see 981 customers in the dark, and then we'll look over now toward Levy County, where we have 505 customers. Up toward Gilchrist County, 910 customers. Alachua now 517. That's an increase there of a couple hundred, few hundred there it seems. And then as we get toward Bradford, no one in the dark so far. Union, no one in the dark. Columbia, 495 customers. So not too big of a deal overall, but we'll continue to watch some of those different numbers. You see Sumter just out of our area. There's some power outage issues there too, but the number's not a big deal overall. 19,976 customers in the state do not have electricity right now. You see some of those toward west central and maybe even toward southwestern Florida with some of those counties that are colored in just a little bit in that light green shade. But we're just going to continue to look at some of our different tools here in the Weather Center. We'll look at some of those cameras here for a moment, and we'll start off with the UF WeatherStim camera in Gainesville, where you see some of those cloudy conditions around. So definitely feeling that impact here from our tropical storm as we're getting toward Gainesville and Alachua County. Again, that gust there to about 43 miles an hour we were talking about. Nothing extreme, but still a tropical force gust here in parts of north central Florida. So trying to just continue to check in with what is happening here. We'll continue to look at some of our different views as we continue this coverage here at 4 a.m. That'll be when our next Hurricane Center advisory will have been released by. We'll go ahead and have all those details here, the latest pressure on the storm, or at least estimated pressure here, the maximum sustained winds. I'll check to see if there's anything new with recon out here. And let's go ahead and kind of glance at this here real quick. I don't really see anything, so probably just going to get some estimates here over the next little bit as we continue to watch this system here in the Gulf of Mexico. It's not a really strong system. Probably get some more weakening reported. It's supposed to be down to a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm by the time it's over Gainesville here at 7 a.m. give or take. It may take a little longer to get there based on it seemingly being over the Gulf waters here just a tad longer than we were thinking. But in this case, that actually is going to be seeing here a condition where it starts to weaken because of that potential here of the overall setup to let it do so as we continue to watch here, as we continue to watch it move on in. So we're going to continue to track things. We'll be back at 4 a.m. with more from Mason on our Tropical Storm Eta out there off the Florida coast. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour with our latest advisory in on our tropical system, Tropical Storm Eta, and we have seen some weakening according to the Hurricane Center here. Those max sustained winds now down to about 50 miles per hour, so definitely some good news for everybody that's wondering there at home with those particulars. Max sustained winds down to about 50 miles an hour. That movement now northeast at about 13 miles per hour. So we're seeing that easterly type turn that we were expecting, that we've seen here in the forecast track. And then that minimum central pressure up to 995 millibars, another sign of some weakening. So really, you could almost say it was a stronger tropical storm now, a weaker tropical storm going from 60 to 50 in those maximum sustained winds. So that's definitely some great news for everybody, but we're still having to deal with some of the impacts. You still hear some of that wind howling from time to time. So you just have to continue to watch that potential here. I'll kind of zoom on in to see that center. I mean, you can see it's plotted right there off of Cedar Key. So landfall is imminent. It's about to do so there near Cedar Key in Levy County. Kind of hard to believe when you think about it here, folks. I mean, this storm made landfall about a week and a half ago down toward Nicaragua, a week and a half ago. And it's just meandered around here and now coming toward north central Florida on a Thursday morning, the day after Veterans Day, November 12th. So November 12th, what an interesting sequence here going from early in the month. We were watching even on Halloween evolve there as well. So just a long time track here that we've been having to keep our eyes on as we go ahead and see it. I expected it to be a tropical storm, maybe just barely one, as we're looking toward areas here off the first coast. They actually have it plotted with this max sustained winds around 45 miles an hour, so I guess you can't call it just barely one since it's at 50 now, but you kind of get the idea. We're going to watch it here and maybe see that wind field expand as it kind of moves up further there off the Carolinas. Eventually you see a lot of moisture in play with the overall pattern, but we're seeing that new track again, not much of a change, going right over north central Florida here this morning. You see some of that rain in the picture, nothing too extreme. Now those gusts, we're going to look at some of the latest information we're getting. And I see in Keystone now a gust of 30 knots, so that gets us there just under tropical force, but 35 miles an hour. And in Gainesville, 33 knots, so just under tropical force there at 38 miles an hour. So we're continuing to watch everything that's ongoing there. We're watching the storm as it gets closer. I have a high sensitive radar pulled up right now over on radar scope. You can kind of see what is going on here. And you can see some of that banding around that center, already ashore there toward Levy, Citrus, Marion counties, as I kind of pointed out for you. So definitely trying to get this in. And we want to get it out of here as quick as possible and just kind of move on here with the rest of the week, the rest of the month. Really, hopefully we don't have to deal with any more tropical systems hitting the U.S. this year, because it's been a crazy, crazy year. Luckily, this isn't going to hit as a hurricane. We had that hurricane watch in play. If it would have meandered a little further over toward the east here with a landfall, it could have done so, as it's barely a hurricane, but that didn't happen, luckily. It's weakened kind of as projected, really, over the last 8 or 2 at least, as we're looking back in toward that timeline. As we've been just refining things here, it's been tricky. I mean, as we're going back further, things we're going back and forth, but you still see that wind energy aloft. Some of this is being transported down to the surface, but some of it isn't. And we'll just have to kind of see what areas do have that transport, because you can get a few power outages in those communities. But let's go ahead and pop me back on camera again. We just got those particulars in. If you're just kind of tuning in here at 4 a.m., 4:04 on this Thursday, maybe just waking up, going out to work here in just a little bit, we do have that tropical storm warning south of the middle of Longboat Key being discontinued. The tropical storm watch has been discontinued as well. That was in play there. We're looking, I think, toward Dixie and also up toward parts of Taylor counties there. The storm surge warning between Bonita Beach and the middle of Longboat Key, including Charlotte Harbor, has been discontinued, and the storm surge watch has been discontinued. But what still is in effect here is storm surge warning from the middle of Longboat Key to Swanee River, including Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning from the middle of Longboat Key to the Swanee River there as well. We're talking about Flagler to the Volusia County line there, northward to the St. Andrews Sound in Georgia, and then a tropical storm watch. It looks like they're just talking about the tropical storm watch has been discontinued, but they must be talking about a different area. They still have it in the notes here, at least, of it being in effect from north of the Swanee River to the Osceola River. So a little discrepancy there, but I'm sure they'll get that straightened out as we're watching the conditions here kind of evolved. There might have been another tropical storm watch. I'm not really sure on that, but just looking here at the notes, what they have, we're going to continue to watch that storm surge potential here, 2 to 4 feet possible, Swanee River to the middle of Longboat Key, including Tampa Bay. So, again, that's the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. Just down, we're still watching the system. You see that rain kind of spread apart. It doesn't really look that organized whatsoever, and that's one reason why we're seeing those winds fall as well in that advisory. We'll be back here at about 4:30 with more information, so stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on our tropical storm, which has now made landfall according to the National Hurricane Center. It did so at about 4 a.m. there near Cedar Key with max sustained winds at 50 miles an hour. So you can now see that presentation here is not very well organized at all. The winds kind of spread apart to an extent here, as you can kind of just see that moisture fest trying to move off and away. As we look at some of those current winds, Gainesville gusts to about 30 knots. So we're talking about those winds there, 35 miles an hour. Keystone, 27 knots here in the latest update we just got. So I guess it's to 31 miles an hour. So again, the word just coming down in the last few minutes at about 4:20 there of our storm making landfall in the Cedar Key area with maximum sustained winds about 50 miles an hour. So after making landfall there in the Florida Keys on Sunday night as a stronger tropical storm, a weaker Eta has made landfall in toward the Cedar Key area as a weaker tropical storm. As you kind of see, the presentation's really, really ragged. It's hard to see that center here on Doppler radar, but we're looking at some higher resolution tools to try to get a better handle on what's going on. Again, you see that moisture there off toward the east. We're continuing to just see how it goes. I mean, I'm again putting this in a higher resolution mode, so it's really not quite just defined, but maybe the circulation's somewhere in here. If you kind of guesstimate, just kind of guessing, looking on radar, the circulation might be somewhere in this area here as we're looking to the west of Williston, but it doesn't really matter too much as I broaden it out, because a lot of that moisture really is on the opposite side of that, really not too much around that overall. But we're just going to watch those wind directions here to see how things go, to see how the moisture does move on in. But again, landfall there about 4 a.m. Cedar Key, maximum sustained winds around 50 miles an hour. We haven't really seen too many winds recently in that range here. We had that gust about 43 in Gainesville, but you still see some of those winds aloft here trying to translate down to the surface. So something we'll definitely continue to keep our eyes on here this morning with Eta, but a landfalling tropical system here in our viewing area. We're covering it here live, giving you that latest information on what is going on this morning. So just be careful on those slick roads out there. The system's still trying to traverse our area. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect for many of us here, so just use that extra caution. Some of you may be at home here, not having to go into work or school because of this, and just kind of enjoy the day off. Hopefully you don't lose power. And speaking of power here, we'll go ahead and pop some of those numbers in right now just to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. And 20,000 or so in the state in the dark, so not a big deal, but a few thousand in Marion. So let's go ahead and focus there. You see 2,775 customers in the dark near Ocala. And then in Levy County, we have 420 customers. So not that big of a deal overall. And that's the great news. As we get up toward Gilchrist County, you see 910 customers in the dark. Alachua County, 612. Putnam, 98. Clay, none. Bradford, 19. Union, none. Columbia, none. So you kind of get the idea. Look over towards Swanee, none over there. Lafayette, or Lafayette, depending on how you want to pronounce it. No customers in the dark there. Taylor County, you get the idea. Dixie, same story. So that's just kind of an overall view here of the scenario of the viewing area. We'll continue to watch it here and give you the latest information at 5 o'clock as this storm continues to move across our region. A pretty non-eventful situation for now, but you just got to use caution, because one little issue can turn into maybe a bigger problem, maybe sliding on that road causing a car accident. So just use that extra caution out there, and we'll see you back here at 5. Back with you here at the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center with the latest on Tropical Storm Eta. You do see center of circulation as of a little while ago there on our technology. It's moving there northeast at about 13 miles an hour or so as we are tracking it across north central Florida this morning. We're going to continue to watch it here as we kind of point some things out. You'll be seeing it move across here, probably Alachua and even maybe into Bradford before it gets up there toward Nassau, Duval later on. But a lot of the worst of the accent is really displaced from that center. You can kind of see that there more on the east side of things. So that's some good news for everybody. We're trying to get this out of the picture here, trying to move things along really. It should be, as we look toward the afternoon, a pretty nice day in some spots, many spots really across the region here. Just a little bit of a breeze as we're getting later on and maybe even getting to that sunset here tonight. You'll be able to see some glimmers of that. So that's kind of some of the anticipation that we're going to be looking ahead to here later on. But let's go ahead now and we're going to get over toward our graphics. You'll be able to see, let's get in there and you'll be able to kind of get an idea of what is going on. 4:20 a.m. NHC update. Did have that landfall there as we were looking towards Cedar Key. Those maximum sustained winds about 50 miles an hour. That minimum pressure 996 millibars. The movement still northeast at 13 miles an hour, as we've alluded to, and that tropical storm warning remaining in effect from the middle of Longboat Key to the Swanee River, and from the Flagler to the Volusia County line there to the St. Andrews Sound. So just continuing to watch that thread as it translates across. You see maybe max sustained winds around 45 or so around 1 p.m. this afternoon as this storm is retreating, but that's the center. Most of that action will already be off toward the east and the coastal waters by then, so definitely not too big of an impact right now. We'll look at some of those power outage numbers real quick as I know you're getting into some of that shower activity in some of your different neighborhoods. Gust to 23 or gust to 23 at the Bradford County Sheriff's Office. Weather station is the last little bit, just getting that information into our system as we go over to the power outage map right here. Poweroutage.us does show that we have Putnam County, about 2,000 customers in the dark there. Not that many overall, but less toward Alachua, 535 customers. Bradford, 146. Union, no customers noted. As we get toward Gilchrist, 910. Dixie, none. Levy, about 374. So just kind of giving you an idea of what is going on here this morning. Not too many in the dark, but a few of you may be waking up in the dark here, checking in here on your cell phone, something like that, your smartphone, and just trying to get the latest information on what is happening. So we're just going to continue to watch here the latest details from the National Hurricane Center. That track, you see it going off the Carolina coast. We'll see maybe some tornado threat evolving as we're getting further off toward the north. I'll pop that up real quick. I really haven't gotten into that too much here because the threat's pretty low overall as we are looking. I know we did see some rotating storms in southern Georgia earlier, or at least one storm that was rotating, but right now not too concerned. Our tornado parameters here, will pop that on, and you see a little down toward Tampa, but not much at all. And then our outlook does show that there is a marginal risk for some tornadic action later to the northeastern parts of South and North Carolina, but overall not too big of a deal. That's the good news. This storm not having too big of an impact on us. I mean, right now in terms of the highest gust, we have 33 knots in Leesburg, and in Keystone in our viewing area 31 knots, and that only gets us there to just under tropical force. We're talking about 36 miles an hour, so definitely not too big of a deal, but we're going to continue to watch, continue to track as we try to keep you safe on this Thursday morning. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on our tropical storm Eta still moving across here our region, and we're getting some of that shower action around. So let's get to our higher resolution radar so you can kind of see a little bit better perspective. I was just looping it on here for those of you maybe watching just to show you exactly the movement of this system, and you'll be able to kind of see here some of this banding. It's really light rain as we're looking toward Gainesville, but we do have some winds trying to translate to the surface within these bands. So as we look into the upper atmosphere, you can kind of see here, or at least as we get further up into the atmosphere, I should say, we're seeing some of these winds here. Definitely pretty strong, but they're not really translating to the surface too much, and that's the good news. So just continue to monitor things here. We've seen gusts to about tropical force. We had a gust of 43 in Gainesville earlier, some gusts in that 50-mile-an-hour range toward Levy County, but really not too big of a deal overall, and that's definitely some good news. And really shouldn't expect much different as we get toward the first coast here later this morning, and that is definitely great news overall. We'll go to a higher resolution radar even over on radar scope here, and you'll kind of get an idea of where that center is maybe as we try to look off of Levy County there. You're kind of looking over here maybe for that center somewhere in this vicinity. Not being scientific, but you kind of just get the idea with the banding. Again, I have it a little bit enhanced really as we're looking at a mode that kind of detects things and tries to maybe even see exactly where that center is. So we're going to continue to watch a tropical storm. It's going to move across here, our region, and we're going to have this accent kind of follow along here. So this is kind of an idea of the path, not the exact path, but you kind of get the idea. We're just watching this axis push on out of the region here today and trying to clear things out really as we look ahead toward what's going to be a nicer period of weather, and as we get toward next week, a cool down in play as well. So that's something to look forward to. We'll be back here at 6 a.m. with more information, but you see Stark right now getting into some of that rain, hearing some gusty winds around, so just be careful, nothing too significant. We've dealt with a lot worse here, even in some afternoon storms, but you just always have to be on guard. A gust here to 18 at the Bradford County Sheriff's Office recently. Looking at some other sensors here, some gusts in that 15-mile-an-hour range, give or take, in the vicinity of Stark right now, but nothing too significant. We'll be back here at 6 a.m. with more information. Good Thursday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour with the latest on what is happening with Eta. We're continuing to watch that center of circulation try to move across our region, but a lot of that moisture here kind of displaced from that as we're looking off toward the east, really. And that's some good news as that center does push on out. We'll be seeing conditions get a little bit nicer here as we're looking behind it, really. And we're just going to continue to watch those some slick roads here this morning. I'll go ahead and zoom on into the Doppler. We'll be able to see what's happening around Stark. You see around Highway 301, some slick roads, definitely the story. Getting some of that light rain and a little bit of wind. A little bit nasty out there, but nothing too extreme. I mean, we've dealt with worse before, that's for sure, across our region. As we look down toward Gainesville, you see, as we're getting toward Waldo Road, some rain there too for some of those early morning commuters, but nothing too significant. A little bit of gusty wind accent around too. I know as we look off toward the east, you see rain a little bit heavier toward Putnam County, US 17 there. But as we get over toward Flagler County, we did have a gust there in that region around Marineland. In fact, as we look here down toward this area, you're kind of getting an idea of what's going on and what that gust was to 41 miles an hour. So just trying to kind of give you an idea of the overall scenario here. We'll now go to our higher resolution radar. I have it in a hypersensitive mode to try to detect exactly what is going on out here this morning. So let's go here. You'll be able to kind of get an idea of where some of this accent is, and you can kind of see the west side of things really dry. And our center is somewhere down in here, I think. Just kind of estimating. It's really hard to pick out, and that's good news. This shows you how disorganized, disheveled this system is. So not really producing a lot of that wind down at the surface, but we're just going to continue to watch some of this moisture here as it does push on off. We're watching that northeastern movement, so just kind of tracking it here. In fact, that northeastern movement plotted at 13 miles an hour, so just kind of plot this here across our region, and we'll go ahead and put this 13 miles an hour. We have about 89 miles, 90 miles or so, give or take, so you kind of do the math on that. So we get there about, looks like about 7 hours or so in toward the time frame, and that's pretty much what the Hurricane Center has for that center to get off the coast, but we have to get the moisture out of the picture first, so that moisture here is on the front side per se, so once you get to that center, you're pretty much not seeing too much. It doesn't look like, unless we get some redevelopment there on the back side, so just kind of giving you an idea of what is anticipated as we look ahead. So kind of just measuring this out, I guess you could kind of get an idea of when this rain will end in the Stark area. So just kind of estimating here, that gets us about 3 hours or so. Maybe pushing this rain out of the picture here, that light rain that's left this on the road, and that'll be great news here as we start to improve. That wind will still be back there some, but again, not too big of a deal overall. So just trying to give you some radar analysis here early on this Thursday up with you here to try to give you the latest on this storm, which hadn't been too impactful, but it's always important to try to give you the very latest here as we go over toward our other software to be able to see what is happening here as we look ahead toward our GeoEarth computer. And you'll kind of get a vantage point of the overall scenario here with that track. Again, there's 1 p.m. this afternoon right there at the coast. That tropical storm warning remaining in effect for many of our counties here, so we'll continue to watch that potential. We're looking here also, I know, made some notes about just that coastal threat here as well. You just got to always watch here at the eastern coast too of those dangerous conditions, maybe rip current, something to that effect here. As you have that high surf, you just don't really want to be in the water here today, as it's always important to take heed there. And we've been watching towards Cedar Key. It's been a pretty nasty night down there, probably some of the worst weather in our area, so something that's really been kind of stressed here as we've been looking back. And I'll pop up our coastal inundation dashboard here so you can see here as I pop it on lowering of these levels recently. That's great news. We're at lower tide right now, so that does allow for more favorable conditions, and that wind direction here also more favorable. So they probably already had their worst flooding as we've got toward that region. You can kind of see some minor flooding that looked like in that area according to reports as well. Getting that condition there, pretty nasty, but nothing extreme. It's been more significant down to the south, though, where they had quite a bit of damaging flash flooding really. As we're looking with the surge and the rainfall combined, we had a lot of rainfall in toward that region. Those high rainfall amounts and rates ended up leading there with the combination of the storm surge to some issues. So just kind of an interesting and unfortunate situation for them, but not really seeing that as much around here. We'll continue to watch things. We're looking here. We're just 2 weeks away from Thanksgiving now, folks. I mean, I'll go back to our high resolution radar one more time as we're looking at some different things, examining some different things on that. Just 2 weeks away from Thanksgiving, so definitely looking forward to getting this out of the picture. Hopefully we can wind hurricane season down pretty soon here. That'd be some good news for everybody for sure. As we're just trying to move this on out of here, I'll put this into motion. Our high resolution radar, I kind of change some things around here so we can look at what really would be insects in some situations. This isn't what we're talking about here, Roy, but we're continuing just to watch this, try to move on out of the picture and improve conditions. Cooler weather next week, drier weather here on the way as well. So something for everybody to look forward to as we're getting toward the middle of November. Past Veterans Day now, dealing with a storm here. This storm made landfall around Cedar Key there about 4 o'clock this morning as a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and it's now the second time this week it's made landfall here in the state of Florida, making landfall Sunday night as a strong tropical storm toward the Florida Keys. Before that, we hadn't had a tropical storm make landfall in the state of Florida in 22 years, so definitely interesting to see now 2 landfalls with this tropical storm in the month of November. We hadn't had a tropical storm, or hurricane for that matter, make landfall in the state of Florida in the month of November in 22 years since Mitch until this week with our storm here, of course, Eta, twice in this week. I'll go ahead and wrap it up for now. Let's go over our power outage U.S. map real quick, though. Before we do so, we're going to get the latest information there. See exactly what those numbers look like. They're going down overall, but we have some areas that we're still tracking. Putnam, a couple thousand in the dark. Bradford, 140 customers. Alachua County, 957 customers. Marion, 1,064. Levy, 993. So just trying to give you a little rundown there. We'll be back at 6:30 with more information. So stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on Tropical Storm Eta. We're continuing to watch the latest radar imagery here. You can see that center of circulation trying to move across our region, probably in that Alachua County zone at this point. And we're seeing those winds here as we look on our technology, 30 knots at the Ocala International Airport. So that gets us there to about, it looks like 35 miles an hour. We have Williston there, 29 knots. So getting upwards of 33 miles an hour. Overall, nothing too strong. The East Coast here, 21 knots in St. Augustine, so that's 24 miles an hour. And then at the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville, 24 knots gets us to 28 miles an hour. So again, the winds aren't too extreme, not seeing many power outages around. Conditions, I mean, in some ways you could kind of call it like a nor'easter for some, as we're looking off toward areas not at the immediate west coast of Florida per se, as we're just kind of seeing conditions that aren't too significant now. Of course, as we get off toward in our viewing area, Levy County, it's been pretty nasty, and then really nasty toward the west central Florida coast as we watch down there out of our viewing circle. But again, just in terms of our viewing area, except for Levy, really, I mean, it's pretty much been like a nor'easter, not too big of an impact overall. And that's good news. Let's go ahead now and go to radar scope. We'll see you a different perspective here. We're getting that latest imagery in. You can kind of see how this axis is moving away. This is an enhanced look at things because, for one, we're not seeing that much rainfall in the first place, but some of these showers could be a little bit heavier than what the radar is showing because these are tropical downpours here within a tropical system. So sometimes the radar underestimates things a little, but I don't think that much is falling overall. So just trying to kind of give and take here a little bit and give it a better look here of where that center could be as well as we're looking toward Alachua County. We're watching here and that zone, Levy, Alachua, Murray, and you kind of get the idea. We're watching it traverse our region, moving northeast at about 13 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those different cameras right now. We'll start off with the base programs in Jacksonville. I know there's some rain as the sun's coming on up here. You can see that on the camera lens, in fact. And then we'll go now from there where you can see that slick conditions to Gainesville, where more slick conditions in store, but they'll be drying out relatively soon there. As you can still see some of that kind of an interesting sunrise there, an interesting look to the sky there based on our camera. The one spot we're not seeing as nasty of conditions is Tallahassee, where they're not really being impacted too much by this storm here. And you can see cloudy, but conditions better as we're looking toward Tallahassee, toward Bainbridge. And in fact, we'll get over toward our radar scope computer here. And now this might be overdoing it a little bit toward these spots, but we'll go ahead and show it to you anyway, like this, where you kind of see how the moisture isn't too significant around. So weather stem will move there to our radar scope computer in just a moment. You first see not much there toward Tallahassee, Bainbridge on our normal mode of the radar, but even on radar scope, a hypersensitive mode, you're not seeing too much at all there. Bainbridge, Tallahassee, even Thomasville, just some sprinkles maybe in the picture, but overall not too big of a factor here. Again, we're looking at that hypersensitive mode off the Moody radar there. So we can look at Tallahassee too, and you'll kind of get the same story pretty much. I mean, this is just sowing ground clutter at this point here. It's getting a little too sensitive for us. But again, we're going to continue to watch things here on this Thursday morning. I know you're just waking up. You're wondering about the storm, a tropical storm warning still in effect for many of us here in north central and northeast Florida, but it hadn't been that impactful here in toward most of our area. Levy the exception, really seeing some of that surge involved there and a little bit higher winds, but even not too big of an impact as you're looking from the overall point of view. Now, west central Florida, a different story though. Around Tampa, they got quite a bit of storm surge, quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of cleanup. As I see the flash flood watch has been canceled there for all those zones that Tampa covers, so no flash flood watch anymore for Levy County. Never had any type of flash flooding there really in toward that region, but just always good to be on guard for that threat. We'll go back to the hypersensitive mode again on radar scope for our view here of central Florida. And you'll continue to watch here as the axis just kind of moves away, tries to retreat here. Want to dry out, want to get nicer conditions. I know we'll get an update here at 7 with the latest wind. I would think it'd probably come down to like 45 miles an hour, if not. And the 7 a.m. update, maybe the 10 a.m. update here, because we're just not seeing too many winds of much, really much strength. I mean, so that's some good news for everybody at home that's wondering what's going on. We're just going to continue to track things down because that's our job here. That's our job as we continue to try to give you that latest update here. We'll be back at 7 a.m. I think that pretty much does it for right now, though. These winds is not too impressive. The power outage is not too impressive, and that's great news for everybody. I know a lot of schools here in North Florida ended up canceling their classes. You got to err on the side of caution. I know some of the models are showing winds translating a little bit more to the surface, but didn't really materialize that way. We'll still watch though as the sun comes up, of course, here and getting more toward that first coast region as the storm's not completely over yet, but only about 10,500 customers out of power in the state. Putnam, the highest percentage in our area right now, but still a very low percentage here with only about 1,000 out of 42,000 customers in the dark. We do have, ironically, some more active weather as we look toward our north, though. Some flash flood warnings here as we go ahead and put some of those back on the screen. I mean, we have some light threatening flash flooding even as we're looking further up in the picture. I mean, as we get toward parts of North Carolina, they're really getting some big time issues as it kind of loads in. They're getting a lot of rain. Last 12 hours will tell the story here to some extent. You can see these numbers adding up. You see the rain in eastern North Carolina as well. So not getting that much rain down here as you can kind of compare and contrast as we look toward North Florida. But then Tampa, I mean, look how much rain they got here as the center spinning off the coast there, bringing in that moisture. And they really got inundated there with the surge being impactful and that rain. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to give you the updates. You saw a little bit of enhanced rain toward Jacksonville. We had that kind of set up too. But North Florida, South Florida, this hadn't been a very big event. It's not going to be a very big event here in our region. And we'll continue to give you those updates. We'll be back at 7 a.m. with more. Good morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you once again at 7 a.m. now on this Thursday morning. We're watching that center of circulation. I kind of plotted the latest coordinates here on our map. You can see that little red box there. It's about 10 miles west of Gainesville, the center of circulation is. So we'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter to see what we're talking about here. And this is an approximate point. I just kind of put this on here real fast once we got that latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. But about 10 miles, it looks like, west of Gainesville there. So definitely continuing to watch that. And then we're looking, of course, to the southwest of Jacksonville right now. The max sustained winds down to 45 miles an hour. That moving northeast at 13 miles an hour still. And that barometric pressure at 1,001 millibars. So if you kind of plot this up northeast at 13, that center of circulation will be going through Stark here in about an hour and a half. That lowest pressure, we're talking about right now 1,001 millibars, but the worst of the weather really not exactly at the center. The storm's breaking up, so that's more of a novelty thing here than anything. As we go ahead and put on our high resolution radar, we're not too concerned overall with that, as I know that tropical storm warning and the storm surge warning for the west coast of Florida, they've been allowed to expire, but we're still watching that storm surge threat here in a minor fashion, but no longer any storm surge warnings is what I'm talking about there. But we do have a tropical storm warning as we get from that line there of Flagler, Volusia to parts of southeastern Georgia there, and talking about the St. Andrews area there. We're talking about the St. Andrews, looks like sound. So just continuing to watch this here as it tracks off northeast 13 miles an hour or so as this storm system starts to retreat. We still have to get through some more rain, some more wind trying to translate to the surface here. Again, that center, as we're looking about 10 miles west of Gainesville, so somewhere in this vicinity, moving here off toward the northeast at about 13 miles an hour. So there to look a little bit better. Now we'll go in here and see what we're talking about. So northeast 13 miles an hour. So you kind of get an idea of how this will be moving. Once that center's coming on through, you're pretty much getting on through this. Kind of like a frontal system per se. It's kind of odd scenario overall, but you have the rain. Again, I have it in a hypersensitive mode, but we'll kind of show you this, and then this is all moving off with the center here, and we're watching that moving off here northeast at about 13 miles an hour. So once that comes on through, we're through here most of the axis. Might get some more to develop on the back side, but not really too concerned about that overall. So again, 7 a.m. right now, 7:03 to be precise. You might be headed out the door. Just use that extra caution on the roadways here today, but nothing too extreme across our region. I know, of course, school's out in many spots. Just to be on the safe side here, you always got to take precaution, as we do have some winds here. St. Augustine Airport, 30 knots, and that can blow down a limb, cause an injury. So we just have to be cognizant of that. 35 miles an hour there. And then we have the Jacksonville Naval Air Station talking about 37 miles an hour a gust. So getting those gusts just near tropical force still. So something you have to consider and take into account here as we look at that center circulation. This is from earlier. We haven't got an update actually in a while on that, which is interesting. But we're just going to continue to track things here as the system moves away. We'll have that nicer weather coming in here. Ultimately, might have a pretty good sunset tonight here across North Central Florida. And we'll be looking here at that weekend, early next week. We'll be getting a cool front to come and play here, in fact, and that'll be bringing in some even nicer weather, maybe some 40s here in that extended forecast. So we're going to continue to track things. I'll be back at 7:30 with more. Just be careful. US 301 right now. We'll zoom in real quick to that as we have some rain moving across. It doesn't look too severe on the radar. It's not too severe by any stretch of the imagination. But just use that caution. A little bit of gusty wind, a little bit of rain around, making it slick. So this is US 301, South Temple Avenue. You kind of get the idea here with this moisture around. See you at 7:30. Back here at the bottom of the hour, meteorologist Casey Cloud in the Weather Center. We're looking at some of our different radars. You see some of that rain around Stark here right now. And in fact, we're going to go ahead and broaden the view out a little. You see that rain going into southeastern Georgia as well. It's not too significant, but it's still worth noting here for sure this morning. So just something that you always have to kind of keep an eye on. Just be careful on the roads. They're kind of slick out there. And you have a little bit of wind too. So if you're going over a bridge, it might make it a little bit interesting, but we're not seeing anything that's too hazardous overall from a widespread and covered area wide standpoint here, talking about north central northeast Florida. But still, in those isolated spots, you can have issues. I know we've seen some accidents, even a deadly accident down toward Alachua County this morning. So just always got to be careful. Now, I don't know if that's weather related, but again, just getting some of the different reports in, you just have to use that extra caution here as you're going out and about. But we're going to go ahead and switch you over toward our hypersensitive radar again. I know this has been kind of helpful to say what is going on here when the worst of the accident, really, when any of the accident gets out of the picture, as it's not been too significant again overall. You see already starting to clear in toward western Bradford County now around Brooker. We're still going to have some wind behind that, but not really much residual rain. I know the tropical storm warning has also been dropped as we get toward the coastal regions, even toward the inland spots of the coastal counties like Levy, and even getting there and toward some other spots as we're looking further out of our region as well. So that's some good news. This thing's retreating, but we're still going to continue to watch as we see again the axis here, and then just kind of drawing it on. It's moving pretty much off toward that northeast here at about 13 miles an hour. So that center going to be coming on through and then clearing out everything out of our hair per se, as we've been talking about this morning. So again, 13 miles an hour. So in about an hour or so, a little more maybe, clearing on out here toward the Stark area. Still a little bit of wind back there, but the rain's clearing on out of the picture. That center coming on through though, so we're kind of getting some of the lower pressures. 1,001 millibars as the last statement there from the National Hurricane Center with that movement there northeast, as we've been discussing as well. So we're just going to continue to watch things. I'll give you an update on some of those power outage numbers right now. We'll check in with poweroutage.us to see what's going on, and we continue to see the numbers drop, which is great news. Definitely great news around tropical storm warning technically in effect, but we're not really seeing sustained tropical force winds, not seeing those sustained tropical force winds here this morning. As we look here toward Flagler County, 42 customers in the dark. Putnam County, 875 customers out of power. Alachua, 665. Bradford here, 295. Union, 73. Columbia, Gilchrist, you kind of saw it. Nobody in the dark there according to our data. Levy, 240 customers, and we go out of our area to Citrus, 62. So not too significant overall. I think I'll put Duval in here just to check because they're a highly populated area, but nobody right now listed. That might change later, but not too big of a concern. I know Nassau St. John's actually having classes today. Not having too many in the dark there in St. Johns County, as we're talking about those public schools, of course, in the word that region, St. Augustine, and then Flagler County. Again, we've already talked about you guys down there. So we're just going to continue to watch here as we see some of those different outages. Always interesting to explore that screen, but there's just not much happening there, and that's always what we like to see here. I don't have to talk too much, as we'll probably wrapping things up in a couple of hours. We're going to stick with this here for a little bit through the morning, to that morning commute, and just kind of get the center past most of our region. We'll still have it impacted some of our eastern zones, but when we do wrap it up here in a couple hours, you'll be able to go to cloudsweather.com/radars to be able to see exactly what's happening with some of those different views. And just keep in mind there's a little bit of wind around, but not too significant overall. And of course, if something were to spin up in a scenario where we had an isolated tornado or something, we would cut in, of course, with that threat. But it doesn't really look like anything like that would probably evolve here in this scenario. I'm going to go ahead and check some different things right now behind the scenes as we're getting some new information in here with these wind gusts at Bradford County. It looks like 21 miles an hour right now. The minimum pressure about 1,004.5 millibars or so. So I'm just trying to give you some of that information right now. Live real-time data. Gusts to about 21 miles an hour. Haven't seen much rain, only about 4/10 of an inch here toward Bradford County. So that's some good news for everybody. Let's go back to that high-res radar one more time, showing you what's going on toward parts of north central Florida. You're seeing that picture. You're seeing the moisture try to get on out of the picture. We have it in a hypersensitive mode, so bear in mind that some of these areas of yellow might indicate where we have some stronger winds, excuse me, trying to translate to the surface here as well. So something that these spots you'll have to bear in mind too as we try to look here toward areas like St. Augustine, Volcano Beach, getting upwards, Palm Valley, Jacksonville Beach. You kind of get the idea. We'll watch for all that. Even Camden County, where there's a tropical storm warning as well, as we're looking toward that one southeastern Georgia County covered. So we'll just watch for that potential here, looking for that threat at least in part of that zone. But the winds haven't been too strong. It hasn't been too big of a deal overall. But just use caution. Localized issues can arise and they can impact you and your family. So you just got to stay safe out there. We'll be back about 8 a.m. with more. So stay tuned again and just stay safe. Back with you here at the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here on this Thursday morning, checking in with that Doppler radar technology. You do see some of that rain trying to move away here from areas like Gainesville now, and those winds dying down some too. So definitely some great news. Gust at the latest check there, 19 knots. That only gets us, it looks like, in that 20-mile-an-hour range. We're talking about only 22 miles per hour. In fact, Keystone here right on the edge, right near the center with a pressure. It looks like, if I can check this here, actually I'll check that in just a moment, but 23 knots here, 26 miles an hour in toward Keystone. So just continuing to watch that potential there. As we look ahead, it looks like the pressure about 1,004 millibars, in fact, in Keystone right now. So definitely interesting to see that reading there. That's about what we have with the storm itself. And then as we're looking up toward the north, pressure a little bit higher there. We have 24 knots. That gets us to about 28 miles an hour. So you kind of get the idea here with that center circulation now. Putting on our overlay, this is what it looked like a little while ago. It's moved a little further off toward east here at this point. But looking toward Jacksonville, I know some of these gusts are getting kind of high actually. As we look at the Mayport Naval Air Facility, that's one of our higher gusts we've had today, getting upwards of 46 miles an hour now. So that's the report just coming on in, 40 knots. 40 knots at Craig Municipal as well. So could see a few power outages, 46 miles an hour. So seeing some of those different readings come into play there that are a little bit elevated. We do have 39 miles an hour there at Fernandina Beach as well. So let's go to our enhanced radar. You'll kind of see what's happening here as we kind of have a look at what is the overall view. And this will kind of show you things that are a little bit maybe clearer than what they generally are, because I've put it in an enhanced mode so we can kind of pick out some things. So when you see some of these yellows over land, we're getting in some of the heavier tropical type downpours. Still nothing extreme. Again, we're looking here at accent that's pretty light overall, but maybe getting a little stronger wind in some of these areas of yellow, stronger downpours per se. So just something to kind of keep an eye on here as we look and get this center and this storm out of here. I mean, the center is pretty close to Bradford County, maybe even in Bradford County at this point here. So definitely an unusual scenario here. A system that made it all the way from Nicaragua toward north central Florida, toward Bradford County. Not near as intense as it was there, not near as intense as it was toward South Florida. And then as we were looking toward west central Florida, off the coast there, bringing all the accent to Tampa, not near as significant for us as it was for them. But you kind of get the idea. Still an interesting novelty type scenario here. And it has had some impact. It's wet the roads, caused some accidents, it seems, unfortunately. And that wind around here also kind of problematic, knocking a few areas there of power out, but not too serious overall in the grand scheme of things. But we'll just continue to watch the overall synopsis here of the track as we ultimately see it here by 1 p.m. That center off of Nassau County, it looks like getting us out of here. And again, a lot of this really out ahead of that center. As you're getting behind it, you don't have much wind or rain. So that's some good news for Bradford County. We're going to continue here to look at some different things as well. Again, watching those winds, watching that center. Also watching here, not really directly with this system, but we're looking at the Masters as well while we're up here this morning. Masters was supposed to be getting going about now. That was supposed to be in April, of course, but the coronavirus pushed it back. Last year they had issues with severe weather up there, and now we have some nasty rain moving on into Augusta, so the round's been suspended for the time being there, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll be able to get some of that action in later on, but right now I got some heavier rain moving in the picture where we've seen areas off toward the west here pick up about an inch or so in the last hour. So dampening that golf course for sure. Just have to continue to contend with that potential. You see Tampa though last night getting all that rain. That storm surge as well was a pretty significant event for Tampa, the Bay Area, and living up to its name, unfortunately, there with that storm surge causing some issues. And I think it's just a good reminder that those areas down there in that Bay Area, vulnerable, vulnerable here to a more significant storm here as we look ahead into where that timeline, I'm talking about maybe next year, maybe 10 years, we don't know, but you just got to be always proactive and figure out what you can do next year from a storm that wasn't too significant overall, causing some big time problems. Just got to be ready for one that's even more so in the future. So again, we'll continue to track things here It's early or late, whatever you want to call it, 8:05 here on the Thursday morning. We're continuing our coverage. We're continuing to watch the storm. And we're back here about 8:30 with more information as we track it off toward the northeast. Bradford County, right near the center right now of our system, of our tropical storm Eta, which has made it all the way from Nicaragua. It was Cat 4 up into where those regions there, as we're looking up here, talking about it as a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Back here at the bottom of the hour, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing our coverage here of Tropical Storm Eta as it moves through north central Florida. You can kind of see that rain shield, or really just light rain. You could honestly talk about it as moving across here parts of Clay, parts of Putnam, parts of St. Johns County, and into Ward Duval, where we have some stronger wind gusts that have been reported here recently. You do see those numbers here as of just the last little bit. A gust there to 31 knots at Fernandina Beach, so that gets us to 36 miles an hour. We have, as we get down the coast a little bit, Mayport, a gust of 39 knots in a more recent update. So that gets us there to 45 miles an hour. So still getting some pretty strong winds. And I know sometimes you can get these winds a little stronger, even on the east coast, the west coast storm. Now, it's a much different situation overall in terms of the strength of the system when it was coming across Florida. But with Irma, I know we got some of our strongest winds here in our area in some of these exact locations here as we're looking toward Duval County. We were getting gusts in the 80-mile-an-hour range here at the peak. Now, this is talking about gusts here in that 40-mile-an-hour range, so a big difference. Again, not going to have too many power outages, but you might have a few. We'll look at our power outage map, see if we can get a new update on exactly what's going on here, as we have 10,397 customers in the dark right now. You'll be able to see what's happening. Ironically, Bradford County, where I'm at, has the highest percentage per se of customers in the dark, but it's very low. We haven't had too bad of conditions overall, just maybe a tree limb down here or there, maybe a tree down in an isolated spot, possibly causing the 310 customers to be without power here in toward the Stark area. As we look down toward Putnam County, 399 customers in the dark, 653 customers in Alachua. And now up toward Clay, not many. St. John's, they've restored some there. And then Duval, only 92 customers in the dark. So still not seeing too many outages, and that's good news. These winds here, I mean, you'll get these during the summer, so this isn't something that's just out of the ordinary per se, these 40-mile-an-hour type winds. Of course, Irma, a completely different story. We're talking about wind gusts in that 80-mile-an-hour range and cause power outages to last a really long time. So it's just interesting to kind of compare and contrast things, but we're just going to continue to watch the scenario as it evolves, moving off toward the northeast. Conditions getting a little calmer into toward Bradford County, but it's still slick on the roads. Still getting some gusty winds here at times. Nothing too extreme, but just use that extra caution here. Looking at some of our sensors, I mean, the winds are really calming down in toward the Bradford region. We're getting that gust potential in that 20-30 mile an hour range on some of the different sensors, and now seeing those numbers fall off. So that's what we like to see. We don't like to see the flooding potential up toward the north. Ironically, we've gotten some really bad flooding here way to the north of the system as we're looking toward North Carolina, South Carolina, as we're looking based on the overall pattern per se, causing this. So unfortunate for Charlotte, over to Raleigh. They're getting just copious amounts of rain. There you see them adding on to that right now, in fact. And then toward the south, they're not adding on around Tampa, but this system, when it was a little more organized here, was able to draw in that Gulf moisture. It was producing a lot of rain in that Tampa area. That storm surge coupled with it caused quite a few issues. We're back at 9 o'clock with more, so stay tuned. It's 9 o'clock, everybody. Here's another look at Tropical Storm Eta as we're continuing to watch it here as it moves along here across parts of north central Florida and the first coast. You see what's left of it really trying to traverse the region. That center of circulation here moving really past a lot to a Bradford in toward Clay County at this point. You see some of that moisture there causing some issues in terms of some slick roads, but nothing too significant overall. Those winds, though, adding a little bit of a factor as we get closer toward the coastline. You see toward Fernandina Beach, a gust of 35 knots as we're continuing to see some of those tropical force gusts in that vicinity there. So 35 knots, that gets us 40 miles per hour. We have Mayport 37 knots, 43 miles an hour. So having some issues in toward some of those spots even, and you just have to watch for maybe some trees or limbs falling in toward those communities as some of that accent is enhanced a little bit there. But again, some of the worst of it moving away from many of us here, and that's some great news. So just something to look forward to here as that clearing condition throughout the day as we're looking toward areas like Stark, Gainesville, Lake City. You kind of get the idea here. But we'll just be watching here as we look to some cool weather next week, for instance, something to kind of look forward to. But we'll look outside right now. If you haven't had a chance to get out, we'll kind of give you that look out the window real quick before we wrap this 9 o'clock update up. We'll take you out to the baseball grounds, as many of you are pretty lucky. Now, that shot doesn't really ring as maybe you being lucky, but and toward Jacksonville, you see some of that rain on the camera lens, some of those darker skies, but a lot of areas getting spared here from too much of an impact. We look at Gainesville still, there's some rain as we were looking on the camera lens, so we're not seeing too much on the radar now. I'll go ahead and pull the WeatherSim logo up to see if this is the right timestamp, and not 100% sure if we're looking live here, but we may be interested to see that shot there overall as most of the rain starting to move out of the picture, and that is some good news for those folks, but still kind of some residual effects there as we're looking toward Alachua County. We'll pop up radar scope here as we get over toward that right now, and you can kind of see what's happening there. The overall viewpoint here is where we have some showered and enhanced mode of the Doppler radar. They're trying to move on away here as we look ahead later into the morning and trying to, again, get it out of the picture, get some of those gustier winds out of the picture as well. We'll be back about 9:30 with more information as we're starting to wrap things up. Be wrapping things up within the next hour or so as we continue to watch Tropical Storm Eta. We'll be looking for that latest advisory when it comes out here from the National Hurricane Center right before 10 o'clock. We'll come on with that and start to kind of end things here for today. We won't have our regularly scheduled update as we're looking ahead to later today either, but we'll be back at 9:30 and then with that advisory here as you see some of those rainier conditions around in some of our different communities, while other communities are starting to dry on out after our tropical storm leaves us. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on Tropical Storm Eta. We're still tracking it here. I've been on for a while, giving you these updates since about 2 a.m. or so. Every half hour, we'll be wrapping that up pretty soon. I'll be getting that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center and cutting back in right before 10 o'clock to do so. So I'll probably be off the stream here at about 10 o'clock or so. Just a little programming note there, but as we look here at our current radar imagery, we still have some pretty high wind gusts in the Mayport area. Fernandina Beach, those sustained winds a little lower, but still, as I go ahead and switch things over off of that, we'll go to the look at the overall scenario here. We have those sustained winds. You can see those toward Mayport at about 20 knots, which gets us there in that 25-mile-an-hour range or so, 23 miles per hour to be precise. So just trying to give you a little perspective here on this Thursday morning. It's been a long Thursday morning tracking this storm, but luckily starting to move away. We haven't seen the high resolution radar here in a little bit, so let's go ahead and pop that back on. You'll be able to see how the axis is retreating, kind of showing you where that moisture is. We've had to kind of get in a hypersensitive mode because the storm system not showing up too well on radar as we're not getting that much rain overall even, and that's some great news here for everybody that's hadn't had too big of an impact, but isolated areas getting those higher gusts, some downpours, causing some slick roads here in a few spots too, so just have to be aware of those here as you're headed out and about as we track this here off toward the north and east or so this morning, trying to get us out of the picture. You see Bradford County now getting better here, getting better Lake Butler, getting better Gainesville as well as the axis retreats, moves away. Did get a gusto up toward Jekyll Island a little while ago in Glenn County in southeast Georgia to 43 miles an hour. That wasn't on our software we were showing you a moment ago, so I wanted to make note of that here too. But we're going to go ahead and put me back on camera for the time being. I know kind of watching history per se here as I broaden the view out just a little more, put those wind gusts back on the screen. This looks to be the first storm here in the month of I'll start over just so we kind of get this clear, but the first storm here in the month of November as a tropical storm to make landfall in north central Florida. So that's recorded history. We're talking the first tropical storm to make landfall in north central Florida as that status in November. So interesting scenario indeed. We're just going to continue to watch that track as it moves away. I'll have that latest update here at 10 as we start to chip away even some more. There's tropical alerts here as well, which will be great news for everybody. And we start to see that threat subside. And I know storm surge warning already over and already expired for the Gulf Coast there. Tropical storm warning as well. Still have those inland warnings, but some of those will be chipped away, I'm sure. Maybe not in time for us to tell you about them here on air, but they'll be chipped away for sure as we are looking ahead in the timeline. So we'll be back here with that forecast track advisory update here in just a little bit as we look ahead. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center to wrap up our Tropical Storm Eta coverage as we just got that new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Maximum sustained winds stay there at 45 miles per hour. So that's interesting to note here as we're starting to see it move. You see the position now into Duval County, southern Duval County now with the center. As it starts to retreat and move away here, we're going to go ahead and just watch as we see some of those winds still kind of high in Mayport and Fernandina Beach getting close, but just under it looks like now tropical force. As that tropical storm warning, we did get the information in. They've gone ahead and dropped all of our inland zones here from that. The only areas still under tropical storm warning now are coastal Duval, coastal Flagler, coastal Nassau, coastal St. John's, and coastal Camden. So that's some good news for everybody if you're kind of wondering. In Bradford, no tropical storm warning anymore. Same toward Alachua, even downtown Jacksonville, not really under that. We're talking about coastal Duval with that threat. With that tropical storm warning continuing there from the Flagler-Volusia County line northward to the St. Andrews Sound. So that's the information from the National Hurricane Center. You see that track here to center, and the moisture that's on the east side of this associated with the storm will be moving off the coast, moving northeast as they've been tracking it all morning. And right now that movement here about 15 miles an hour north-northeast is how they're tracking it at the very moment for what it's worth. As you see that center off of Charleston, Savannah here later this evening. I'll go ahead and plot that wind field on here real quick. Our wind radii will be close to the coast, but I don't see any other tropical alerts in play right now, and that's good. And we'll eventually be getting this to turn into something that's extra tropical as we look later on in the timeline. As you see, there's so many alerts in play. I also see ground clutter for what it's worth on a radar off toward our west. So if you saw some action down there, it looked like it was just some false echoes, in fact. But as we get over here toward North Carolina, there's numerous flash flood warnings in play. Even a flash flood emergency I saw pop up here a little while ago in our system. So not what you want to hear about for sure. Seeing that come on through as people just have to use extra caution in these communities. A life-threatening situation there, not really associated with this storm system, but I just thought we'd go ahead and mention that here as we're on this Thursday morning, as that's a big story for those communities up there. But again, the big story right now for us is that the tropical storm warning has been canceled here. It's been allowed to expire for everybody but the coastal areas of northeast Florida and in toward coastal Camden County. So the storm's moving away. It's retreating. It hadn't been too big of a deal for most of you, and that's some great news out there, but always just important to be on the safe side here as some of those winds were translating to the surface at times. Levy County got hit a little harder than others, and then the Tampa Bay area really felt the brunt of this though with this second landfall of this system in the state of Florida. That first landfall, that first scenario that evolved was there as we were looking back toward Sunday night and Monday morning. The Florida Keys, South Florida, they got all that rain there, pretty significant. So you just always gotta kind of keep everybody that's been impacted worse than you in your thoughts and prayers. The tornado risk here for our region is pretty much zero at this point. It hadn't really materialized, and it's not going to. It doesn't seem like here because the instability and the overall parameters just aren't favorable for it here at this point. So that's some great news. No tornado threat from North Florida, South Georgia. Go ahead and give you the all clear there. But if something were to somehow pop up, we'll break in. But we're wrapping it up unless something like that were to just suddenly come out of this, which it just wouldn't make any sense meteorologically. As we look at some of these temperatures right now, you do see 73 in toward Keystone, 72 toward Gainesville. So temperatures here a little warmer toward Tallahassee. They haven't had as much of the moisture around 75 toward Leon County. So just kind of giving an idea of how things are going. As I see the Weather Service just clarified here in the chat that the inland tropical storm warning is canceled. All that remains are for the coastal areas now, the tropical alerts for the coastal areas. And that's what we like to hear for the most part here. Want to get them cleared as well. But that threat winding on down here on this Thursday morning. Again, it's been a long Thursday morning. I just want to thank you for trusting me to keep you and your family safe as we go to that high-resolution radar. We'll take you up here probably to just before, right at 10 o'clock. As we wind things down, and you'll be able to see that look here of that moisture moving away. Have seen a little bit of gustier winds trying to work their way back in toward Bradford County. I've noticed just listening over the last little bit, and I saw a little higher gust there in toward the Keystone site there, but nothing tropical force. Tropical storm warnings are over, except for those coastal areas of Duval, of St. John's, of Flagler, Nassau, and in Camden. So just our 5 counties there that we're talking about with those coastal zones under tropical storm warning at this point. The storm system moving away here as we look into toward the afternoon hours. You can go to cloudsweather.com/radars here, or radar, I'm not sure. I think it'll go either way, but I just go there and you'll be able to see exactly the latest images there of the axon getting out of our hair. And hopefully this hurricane season will be winding on down here now that this system's moving away. Hopefully we don't have to deal with any more systems. This was the first system here in the month of November to strike north central Florida as a tropical storm. So the first system in the month of November to strike north central Florida, make landfall, really, I should say, because we have had some to kind of come across, but to actually make landfall in north central Florida. So a historic situation. I know sometimes reading those facts can get a little bit convoluted, but that's the synopsis there. That's your wind field, though again, not a lot of this even seeing those tropical force winds reaching the surface and not seeing much of any in that sustained fast in here is again that tropical storm warning over now, except for those coastal zones. Things looking better. We're going to be off. No update here later today, but we're back with sports weather tomorrow, so tune in for that here. And we'll probably have an update on this storm here, just talking about what's happened. This active hurricane season that's been really continues as we still have Theta out there. Not a threat for us, but it was the storm that broke the record here. And then we are going to probably end up getting Iota to develop there in the Caribbean, and that'll be something to watch here later on, but it's too early to speculate on that in terms of the overall threat here. Probably wouldn't have one of the U.S. based on early indications, but you just never really know. We saw Eta, it just kind of went around there and did its thing until it came all the way up here toward Florida and threatened us, so you can't write anything off by any stretch of the imagination. Again, just continuing to track things here. I'll be back tomorrow, sports weather, and giving you that latest information there. Power outage details here real quick. Let's pop up that as we wind things down in the last few seconds. I have seen a little bit of an increase here in the Florida numbers, but they're not too substantial overall, and that's good news as we've been watching this record-breaking hurricane season in terms of the named storms, the number of named storms, not necessarily the energy out there. As we're looking at the accumulated numbers, but here as we get toward our power outage.us map, you see 50 customers out in Flagler. We have 107 out in St. John's, 112 in Duval, none in Nassau as of right now, Clay 151, Bradford 156, Alachua 400, Putnam 335, Marion 320. You see Levy only 20, so that's some great news. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we've continued to watch this crazy hurricane season. Hopefully we don't have to cover any more storms here that are threatening the U.S. this year, but if we do, we'll get you through them.